let's get things underway, shall we? Okay, so I've been away a while, at least for Terraria. I mean, it's only a week in between that no Terraria happened, but had to go through some mental health break and physical health break. Was not doing well. Let's get a proper intro underway for the YouTube channel. Hello everyone and welcome to my neck of the woods. I am Morning Day You, a streamer on Twitch who really just wants to play games. Anyway, today we will be going through a bit of a white whale for me in the form of fighting Plantera. And if I was ever lucky, I'd get that damn staff, but no. It's not gonna happen. Anyway, I have to do some looking into stuff. Never mind. I have almost everything I need here. I've been playing on my own personal world for a while and got a few wires crossed, so just a tiny bit of stuff that I need to remember. Oh, one thing I've been seeing through a portion of my streams, for Terraria at least, is the fact that I won't be able to get the ENG shield until after I beat Plantera, because I need hard mode dungeon enemies. I am wrong, that's for the armor bracing, I believe. It's either for the armor bracing or for the adhesive bandage, both of which you can get before Plantera. And the only thing I'm missing is vitamins. And you get vitamins by battling some hard mode corruption or crimson enemies. Seriously, that's the only way you get them. So, I'm going to quickly get that taken care of so that then I have the ENG shield before fighting Plantera, because I'm going to need it. In addition to the last few bits of Plantera prep, I need to say I'm very sorry for not doing the last stream, and as much as I enjoy Terraria, sometimes I need a bit of a break, but I also sometimes just need to get some stuff done off screen. Like how I write the story of Manch the Mystic, in addition to playing. So, I hope you guys understand that there can be points where I'll not be able to play a game because I have to do something else, or something more important comes up. Because as much as playing games on Twitch is important to me, it isn't my day job, or night job, or job in general. So, for right now, well-being takes precedence over playing a game on stream, because one of the greatest stress relievers is video games. So, once we get vitamins, I'll be able to make the ENG shield, and from there, I'll be able to do a bit more. I'll also be able to go over what I did off-stream to prep for the Plantera fight. And turns out, my preparations might have been useless. I also may have to go deep underground rather than just staying at roughly where I have been. Because I'm not sure at what level corruptors spawn. Oh, come on. of course, once I've gotten enough marble to build Manch's house, I now start finding marble biomes all over the place. Okay. I just need to find an underground corruption that's... Actually, I think I need to be in the cavern layer. Okay. Slight bit of a scare. But everything's going to be fine. Oh, cool. Gladius and a corrupt key. If somebody could please tell me why the key drop chance seems to be so high on stream, I would love to know. As, it seems like keys aren't that rare. If my getting them on stream is anything to go off of. Ain't it nice? In all likelihood, this is probably just going to be a stream VOD scene on YouTube that is overshadowed by how much everybody's talking about Rise, since that came out yesterday. And I have to say it is fun. So. Nobody coming to this stream is probably going to be okay. Especially with what I'm going to have to do for Plantera in case I fail. I have a backup plan, because farming Plantera bulbs either requires a whole lot of setup or a bit of cheekiness. I keep forgetting that I have my meteor staff on 1. So, in thinking about what I'm going to have to do for Plantera, I'm going to have to stay mobile, as just sitting there and taking her attacks is not going to get me a win. I don't have Spectre armor to try and cheese it that way. So, I have to be very careful and stay mobile. Hence why the arena setup beforehand is built exactly for that. But then I figured out, oh hey, Plantera is kind of a conflicting arena setup. And to elaborate, so, Plantera is a boss whose mobility is based on whether or not her tendrils can grip onto a block or background wall. Primarily background wall. And the #1 way of preventing enemies from spawning is by placing down a bunch of background wall. Don't really need a lot of this. If only I had... If only I had the mob spawner somewhere. Like an AFK spawner to deal with this. Oh, cool, meat grinder. What I've always wanted. And the crummy part is, with how close I am to the marble biome, that's going to be eating some of the spawns. Also, I could get a Cursed Flames book, which actually for Plantera might not be that bad. I think it'll actually be better than than my Crystal Storm. Yeah, I'm a bit out of it. Hopefully it doesn't take too long to get what I want. It'll probably take ages. Okay. Damn it. When ranged attacks are often your only way of dealing damage, and you have an enemy that causes a status ailment if they see you, or you look at them, you kind of have a bit of a problem there. I need my vitamins. Let's open this up. Okay. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting my void pouch is a bit holed up. Okay, so we got a whole load of enemies in the water, and I'm not really sure of anything that'll quickly speed up mob spawn rates besides a battle potion, which I don't have on hand. Oh. Oh, if only it wasn't the corruptor slash floaty gross. Oh, of course, a blindfold. You know, that item I do need for the Ankh shield, but haven't getting plenty because it's not just dropped from one of two enemies. And even then, the world you have will only contain one of those two. It's an exercise in patience as well as an exercise in how much you can swear internally before finally breaking. And I know the Ankh shields are whole thing of all the items for it are 1% drops. But that doesn't mean I have to enjoy the experience of constant disappointment. If I open up enough of the area, eventually that'll offer up more room to spawn enemies. I'm trying to think of what else could be useful before fighting Plantera. Because my whole thought is, either I'm going to suffer a lot and end up having trouble fighting Plantera, or it's going to be done on the first attempt. And not like a joking first attempt, proper first attempt. I'm also thinking of whether or not I should wear the hollowed armor for the divine protection. Oh. Did I just... Okay. Yeah, this is always the problem with trying to farm anything in the corruption. Getting to it. I mean, if you have a farm, it'll be easy because you then don't have to worry about moving between areas. And you can manipulate spawn rates quite easily at that. Oh yeah, if you missed a Nazar, you could get them from the cursed weapons. Just a nice, helpful tip. At least if my memory serves, but then again, it's been a bit shoddy lately. Come on. I should just make the Cursed Flames book. Because it should be good versus Plantera. If Plantera doesn't resist Cursed Flames, then I'll at least have a weapon that doesn't disappear after hitting the enemy a couple times. And for Plantera, that's definitely something you want, especially in Expert mode, where, much like Wall of Flesh and the Hungries, Plantera will constantly respawn its tendrils. That's 2 corrupted keys. That's 2 corrupted keys. You know, if I was any good at on-the-fly percentages and statistics, I'd probably have a lot to say about the chances of getting 2 whole keys. But seeing as I'm not some sort of math god. Okay, there we go. That didn't take too long. And then somebody says it took hours. Okay, first things first. That. Yeah, since I have the pig, I can just head on back home after I place down the meat grinder. And then I have to double check, just to be sure. I can then take care of the Ankh shield. It feels nice. I completely forgot vitamins were part of it. Okay. So we are here to witness the forming of the Ankh charm, and then quickly take off the Ankh, or the obsidian shield, and now we have the Ankh shield. A powerful artifact that makes us immune to almost every debuff. Of course, they couldn't have tossed on mittens for that, so that then, hey, you now get immunity to chilled. Take what you can get. So, now to just sort out everything else. So, I've been playing modded Terraria for a bit, and I enjoy playing the thrower class. I am so sad at the fact that thrower wasn't kept in 1.4.1 or any of the 1.4s. Since I genuinely enjoy throwing, it's an interesting way to do ranged combat. And, I mean, add on to that some of the bonuses of throwing being, if done right, throwing can become a powerful option for range users. Especially since, when using throwing weapons, you can pick them back up again, and it's basically an infinite source of ammo once you get to a point. Plus, with the throwing class in modded Terraria, I find it fun to have throwing also get this thing called techniques. And I'm just a sucker for adding anything special that's only for, like, that class. Yeah, mob drops. That. Some souls in a book. With that should allow me... That's the pig still. If I take those and book... And turns out the harp is actually a pretty good option. Besides, fighting the twins isn't the worst thing. So, okay. 15 night. Got that. That I would need 1 more soul of sight, 8 souls a night, 20 crystal shards, the harp. And then I get a magic harp. And the magic harp is oddly good. Like, essentially, in comparison, the mystical crystal storm and the harp do roughly the same thing. And the only difference is slight loss in speed. And knockback. But the magical harp should do more damage as well. Should just all around be a better option. So... I have to think about this a bit. And, the magical fairy, I can't remember if this is a light pet or not. Because if it's a light pet, then it's just going to be slightly better than awful. So, just one of those things you gotta consider. I was... So, in that personal world that I've been playing on, yeah, I got a Rod of Discord in that, and I'm happy with it. Oh, never mind. Yeah, disappointment now. So, why I'm disappointed about Cursed Flames is I thought it would be... So, firstly, I forgot that it was a bouncing fire effect. So, I thought it was going to be like, Spasmatism's flamethrower. I mean, if I really wanted to be choosy, I could just switch out the 2 books, like if I'm fighting bosses. Then I want to use Cursed Flames, since Cursed Flames causes debuff and Crystal Storm doesn't. So 77, 77, 67 with 6, 15, and 9. And 77, or 76, 76, 67. Slightly more mana cost for that. So 2... I think it's a 2... Is it just 2? Yeah, it just takes off 2 mana cost all around. So, with that... Yeah, I get a bit more mana from the Hollow Armor. I mean, it costs a tiny bit more to cast. But I'm not really worried about that. Okay. So... now we costs are souls. Nope, not the souls. The souls stay on me. In a way. I wish whatever was... Like, if you have something in the void bag, that when you pick it up in the world, it automatically goes to the void bag. So, like, I pick up Souls of Light, it automatically goes to the void bag rather than my own inventory. I think that's just a me thing being, well, I don't want to have to constantly pick it up. Pick up the item, open the void bag, go around and do all the stuff that ends up being a bit of a problem. Because, hey, you now gotta fill up the void bag full of the stuff that you just have in there. So, that's it. Okay, I was worried I accidentally teleported to the hollow pylon. Thankfully, didn't happen. It wouldn't be that much of a trip. Oh. Okay. Switch over to Crystal Burst for a bit. So, this is the Plantera arena I made. It's probably not big enough for the fight. And I'm cutting it close on using this. But I'm not sure what else I could do. And right now, I'm going to do something quick. This is how I'm going to handle the multiple fights of Plantera. Well, single fight. I'm only ever going to fight Plantera once. Because, to me, I don't feel I need to fight Plantera multiple times. And the only downside is, I will never get these potions back. Because, as I found out, if you're playing Terraria, and something causes you to force quit out of the game, or just quit out of the game, the world won't have saved anything. But instead, your character will have saved stuff. So essentially, what can happen is, say you fight Plantera, go around, you accidentally get caught somewhere, and you lose. So then you just Alt F4 the game and go back in. You'll find that your character has lost whatever you used in the fight, but the world will have reset to when you last saved it. And this is irritating because I've done this and had to go all the way back and fight the mech bosses again because of a long gaming session. Anyway, let's get the fight underway. There we go. Okay. Let's grab... Get that on the hotbar. Okay, this is actually working pretty well. Mostly because it's applying a debuff to Plantera. Okay. And thankfully, our armor's providing some leeway with getting hit. Okay. As Plantera gets lower on health, you start having to deal with spiky balls. And this is where I regret my choice on making the arena not as high up. You also have poison shots, but, yeah, dealt with it. Okay. Yeah, I took my eyes off my health for a bit as I fiddled with weapons. This is why you have your weapons set up a specific way, so then you don't have to go through the problem I just showed. Well, at least I know I didn't do it first try. Okay. But yeah, you see how all the potions are now gone? Yeah, that's the downside of this. And now my nerves are on edge because I went into the fight, started doing... I'm not going to say well, I just started doing... Now, I would love to have honey in the arena, but I'm not sure if I can get away with that. I know if it comes down to it, I'm probably going to have to worry about getting a few other things set up for the arena. So let's just look this over. Anything? Summoning potion, not going to be useful. Let's just make a couple of extra potions to have on hand. If I do a quick bit of fishing in the corruption, I could get the fish for wrathfish. And I'm surprised I don't have that many. Let's see. Anything in here that would be helpful. Technically, what I could do is essentially build the arena upside down and use a gravitation potion. The problem is, every 3 minutes I'm going to have to reapply the gravitation potion. But the reason a gravitation potion during the Plantera fight actually isn't that bad an option is because the spiky balls are the deadliest thing in the fight. In Phase 1. So it's better if you never have to deal with them. So building the arena upside down is actually an option. Alright, I feel like I just need to build the arena a bit bigger. And that's mostly a case of I need more space to move around in. There we are. Okay. So, one strategy is to dig deeper down. And that is what I'm going to do. Walls be damned. And I am slightly perturbed that all the work I did getting the arena set up is essentially for nothing. Okay, now that that's sealed off, I can figure out how deep I want to go. Mostly, I want to be able to float around the campfire. I'm not going to have a secondary station. I mean, one way of fighting Plantera is to actually have an infinite fall setup. So, what happens is, basically, as you're fighting Plantera, you're constantly falling down. And with that, you can actually do a bit of an interesting setup where the arena is big, sort of in the dimensions of mine, but it just goes down for ages. And Plantera only enrages once you leave the underground jungle, no exceptions. So, A big problem to face is if you're too close to surface, like mine is, you gotta dig deeper. And digging deeper can have its own problems. Mostly, how do you deal with all the enemies spawning? Well, you could place walls in the entire arena, and I didn't seem to have too much of an issue with Plantera clinging on to the background walls. But I think I just need the tiniest bit more space, just so that then I can manage most of her attacks. And it is mostly just the spiky balls cut off so much of your available space to move. So modifying the arena around that will help. And it's definitely not the worst idea for setting up the Plantera arena. I mean, an option that I could do. And it... Or, not an option I could do. What is that? Grammar. One course I could take is fight Duke Fishron to get the Sharknado spell. And that'd definitely help, because, I mean, ask around, and people will tell you either you fight Duke Fishron pre-mechanical bosses, pre-Plantera, or pre-golem. And you will have a tough time, but you'll also have amazing loot. With the alternative being you fight him post-golem, and you have pretty much on-par loot. Like, that is the stuff that you would normally get around that stage. Okay, that should afford me a bit more room to maneuver. I think a tiny bit deeper. Oh yeah, and if you ever wonder about how bosses cause problems... Oh, hello, Okay, I'm going to say this. I'm terrible with pronunciations. In a lot of cases. So, sorry if I don't know how to say your name. Ah. I had the feel it was Italian, hence why I didn't try in fear of insulting anybody from Italy or any Italian-speaking area. I would like to learn some pronunciations for regional dialects and such. I'm kind of a nerd when it comes to learning things. It doesn't matter what it is. If I learn, then I find enjoyment out of it. Probably why I play so much Terraria. Just, I learned something new about how to do something, and I want to immediately apply it. Like, with Terraria, one of the least played classes for me is melee. So I would like to learn more about that. Yeah, Plantera Mage. Going for a second attempt, because first attempt went poorly. I should grab some platforms. Just in case. Like, if I suddenly lose flight close to the bottom, like, underneath that main layer of platforms, and I can't grapple to it, I then have lost a lot of my mobility. Ah, thanks. I spent a while making it. Mostly in, journey mode as a test to see if I could get the concept down. Since, the mage I'm playing is styled in a modern mage. Oh, I haven't tried Venom Staff versus Plantera. And I think that's mostly because part of me doesn't want to grind for it. But I could probably find out where a spider biome is. Since... Most of this has been as little grinding as I can, since I don't want to subject an audience to a massive grind fest. Bit scatterbrained right now, but I can handle. Yeah. I think it is mostly just, like... So, I have to show this. 3 corruption keys, 1 jungle key, 1 hollow key, all without grinding. All on stream as well. At least I think I got all of them on stream. 1 or 2 might have come from off stream, just working on stuff. So, yeah, I'm a bit afraid of what RNG has to say with this. Especially since 2 of the corruption keys happened this stream. And yeah, Blood Moon. I was actually kind of surprised about this. No, I'm actually not using a texture pack. I'm using the base game textures. I tried a texture pack a while, the Calamity one, but I didn't really care for it. Oh, yeah. Actually, interesting story about Blood Moon on this world. The first Blood Moon, at least I think the first Blood Moon ever for this character, has been, was in hard mode. And I was surprised because I spent so long waiting for the Blood Moon so that then I could get the money trough. And yeah, only happens once it's even harder. Okay, I need to grab it. Wait, I have a light pet. Yeah, for textures, I definitely feel like the normal one is the one I enjoy most. And yeah, better late than never for Blood Moon. I mean, it's better than a couple of my other experiences with Terraria and RNG deciding, yeah, you don't need this. Like, on this character, as a mage, I get 2 enchanted sword shrines. Yet on my melee, nothing else. Oh, favorite class, I've had this weird kind of shift. Before it was Summoner, what with, the new whip weapon. I say new. Oh, but I guess when you think about Terraria as a whole, it's new. But I've actually gotten a bit more into melee. But then again, that's also because my personal world, I've been doing a lot more melee. If we're also going to throw some modded stuff in there, Thrower has to be one that's up there as well. And yeah, I think part of my enjoyment for Summoner is from the addition of being able to fight with your summon without having to jump into another class. Like, that was always a thing that I was hung up about with Summoner pre 1.4. Since you had to kind of cross-class, and if you wanted to vote summon, then you're going to lose out on helping them. Yep. I will say, melee face tanking a lot of enemies is something I haven't gotten used to yet. Especially since I normally play on expert mode, so certain enemies will just annihilate you. Like the Destroyer, you can't face tank it unless you have the right setup for it, because the Destroyer's head does a crazy amount of damage. Oh, I've only just started playing modded Terraria. It was a slight turnoff to me, because, yeah, I haven't really played modded Terraria much, and only recently have I decided to try it again. And I'm not used to melee playstyles. It's all the summoner reinforcement I have. And I won't say I don't like modded, it's more I've just never really played it, so it's a bunch of new stuff that I have to learn. And in the case of like a T-Mod loader, you're stuck pre 1.4. Yeah, I kind of need a teacher for modded. I've been trying to get by just using the wikis for mods. Yeah. And I mean, right now I'm going in light with mods, because I think my first experience with mods in Terraria was a bit more like yeeting a 1-year-old into a pool. Don't worry about the accent. And I'd enjoy playing Terraria with somebody else. So, I'm open-minded when it comes to being able to play one of the games that I love with another person. Since one of my goals has been to get my brother into playing Terraria again. And it's been a thing to try. Gaianio, thanks for the follow. I hope I got close to pronouncing your name right. Yeah, that's about right for me. Yeah. Okay. See ya. Thanks for coming by. And I wish you luck with the rest of your day. Oh. Hopefully I get the Venom Staff soon. Most of the problem is going to come from enemy spawns being in hard-to-reach places. It's the vitamins all over again. It also doesn't help that the mushroom biome is kind of preventing stuff. That's actually something I never understood about things like the Venom Staff. If you can craft stuff like the spider staffs, then why can't you make the Venom Staff? You know, gonna just shine and fail at using an 8-hour potion. Oh, Blood Moon's gone, and I almost opened that chest. Thankfully, I actually had a decent perception of what was going to happen. Okay, let's see. Is there maybe a more open spider biome? I mean, another thing I should check is whether or not I already have the staff just tucked away. I mean, I guarantee that I don't. And I could just be having some slight mix-up with, like, oh yeah, I have the frost... Do I have the frost staff? Okay, now my personal world's kind of messing up because I built an ice mob spawner there, and yeah, sometimes remembering what loot you have in what world is a bit of a pain. Like in my personal world, I kept thinking, isn't there a Plantera bulb right next to the arena I had set up? And then I remembered, no, that's Manch. That's Manch the Mystic. I should continue the story about my first experience with Terraria mods, shouldn't I? Because I was going to try and explain why I probably didn't have that much enjoyment of playing with mods. My grammar is awful. Just have to live with it. And I'm not telling you guys that, I'm telling myself that. So, with my first experience with mods, I went deep with mods. I just kept chucking mods into the game until the game wouldn't start. And then I had to dial back. And once I did start, I ended up completely shutting down. Because I didn't know anything. And I think it's that I went too big too fast. You know, classic problem with trying something new. You don't just dive into the deep end. You don't yeet a child into the deep end of the pool. You start them out with somewhere that, with something that's more, light. You know, just something lighter. And then you slowly get them used to it. And I'm saying that mostly for things like teaching a child to swim or teaching them to read. You don't tell a child they have to read the entirety of Les Mis as their first reading assignment. I mean, in the same vein, you don't just force a child to compose a symphony on the level of Beethoven or Bach. As their first musical thing at the drop of them enjoying music. And, I mean, in taking my time, am pacing myself with the mods. Like, it's so far just Spirit and Thorium. So, nothing overly big. I have grown more accustomed to how mods are and how they work. As well, just taking the time to slowly wade in to mods has been helpful. Plus having a useful source of information definitely helps. So now we just have to clear out either more of an area or allow enemies a better path to get to me. Eventually, I will get the Venom Staff. I mean, if it comes down to it, I'll just say, factoring in for luck and desire sensor, let's go half an hour. In half an hour, if I don't have the Venom Staff, I'll just go on to fight Plantera multiple times. Now, if I could condense some of my accessories a bit more, like, I wish there was a way to have the Mana Cloak and the Celestial Emblem fused together for, like, some ultimate mage cloak. That would be nice. I enjoy accessories like that. I mean, I like having the Ankh Shield. Well, since that's an accessory I feel is amazing to have. And in many cases is almost criminal to not use in a game. After experiencing the game with the Ankh Shield, you almost never want to play without it. Much like with wings, you get so used to your enhanced vertical and slight horizontal mobility boost that you can't imagine not having wings. It occurs to me that I could just give the enemies even more platforms to work with. Truffle worm. No, damn you. Well, there goes an attempt at Duke Fish Run. Hence why I probably won't fight him. Because of the whole summon item being bait. It's kind of difficult to farm truffle worms when they run away at the first sign of you. Oh. Slowly giving enemies more places to spawn should improve chance. I mean, already. And we good. Okay. Now we could get a Tempest. No, not a Tempest Staff. I don't get that. I don't get the luxury of it. Make a bunch of bars. Where are you, you beautiful thing? Okay, nimble. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, I think the spread will help. It should have some decent pierce. Damage... it's better than Crystal Storm. But then again, damage isn't everything. It applies Venom. And that definitely helps. Okay. Now to quickly head to the house. Drop off everything we got. And then, of course, technically, I don't need to worry about saving and exiting because Venom Staff. I've got that covered. It's in my inventory now. It won't disappear. Oh, bed is obstructed. Never mind then. So, going to do the trick to keep world progress where it is. Also, it resets weather, which is nice. I think I should grab the Mystical Harp, but honestly, if I can fight Plantera immediately without having to fight the Twins, Skeletron, any of the mech bosses again, I will be fine. Okay, and let's get this started. Okay. Oh, yes, they stack. Ah. There goes some use there. And why must you start going numb now? I think that says something more about the ergonomics of my setup. That as I'm fighting Plantera, my hand slowly goes numb. Okay, just keep applying those debuffs. Now I stay roughly up here. Okay, going to be a bit weird. I should have had a third platform. Up. There we go. I think if I go with semicircles, I might have a better chance. But then switching... Okay. Up. There we are. Why? I landed. I landed. Why did I get hit? Okay. Few seconds off a heal. Nope. Nope. Alt F4. I don't know what's wrong with me. I mean, during that fight, is Crystal Burst even useful? No, there we go. Calm my nerves. That was probably Heart Reach. I don't think I need Heart Reach for the fight. Get that set up there. If the arena wasn't the way it is, I could just use my Meteor Staff. Like, I just need a taller area to fight in to get the staff to work. And I think instead of having the platforms at the very bottom, I should do something closer to, like, either my standard of 15 tiles, or maybe a bit further. I think 15 is probably going to be good. So that's 10. That's 13. 14. So 15 in between is that. Oh, no. Damn. Okay, that's 16 from there. Okay, 15 in between. And I'm partial to 15 because it just seems to work. I think it also affords a good bit more mobility. One thing I should add, because I've consistently gotten Plantera down to, what, half health? I should increase my damage as much as I can. Just restock, just have all those potions on me right now. I'm not sure about Heart Reach. And I was about to get the fight started, but I need to first save the world. And then I also need to grab whatever else I need. Right now, a bit of laziness is contributing to the problem. But with the whole don't want to farm as much, because I see farming as something that's boring once you see how it's set up. Like, do you really want to see somebody farm? Wait. That gives you an extra mana star? I never knew that. Okay. So, back in. If I was smart, I would have the Dryad and the Nurse here. But I generally try to not use the Dryad and the Nurse. Mostly on the grounds of, if I can do it without them, then doing it with them in the fight should make it easier. Even more so than before. Okay, first phase. Okay. Well, that's some classic setup. Okay, just move around for a bit. Oh. Yeah, if the shots are relatively on point, Oh, I dipped down at the worst time. Got close at the worst time as well. Oh, there we go. This is where I almost entirely just use the Venom Staff. And sometimes I just need to reposition quickly. I didn't see my health. I don't know why, but I always have problems where the game has the health bar in the upper right or upper left. And I can't look up there. I can't take a glance at it. I always have that happen. Where I'm suddenly in a situation where I need to split my focus and I just can't. And what hurts now is I'm using up resources to fight something that I'm having trouble with. I mean, part of my thing could be that I may need to just go even deeper with that pit. I mean, if it wasn't for the fact that I kinda need... Actually, let me try something. So... let's have... that there. The fire there. Toxic Slime Banner doesn't matter. Get both of those there. Does that reach to the other end of the arena? Not quite, but that's just the Heart Lantern. Which I need. I mean, if that's close enough that I can then... I mean, I shouldn't ever be in a situation where I'm that far to the edge, but if it comes down to it, I'm just going to have that be the setup. But also... take 5 away from there. Place the stuff at the center. Take 5 away from there. Get 2 more banners set up. I think part of it is definitely I lose a lot of mobility turning direction. Or I lose a lot of speed turning direction. So... maybe if I have it set up like this, I may be a bit better off. And if I just quickly take this down even further, like, what I would like to do, optimally, would be to have enough mobility that I'm not constantly crashing against the walls, but then I have the problem with enemies. And if it is true that Plantera does latch onto background walls, for this fight, I haven't seen her do that yet. And I could have missed it. What with the whole in the middle of the fight. But I would like to be able to get as much damage on as possible. And I need to get it through my skull that in this fight, my greatest enemy is sitting still. Especially as a mage. If I was melee, I could maybe take a few hits before, or needing to move, heal, and such. Lack of honey is definitely hitting here as well. And I could quickly go on a honey run. if I was so inclined. Because I do carry around bubble blocks with me. So if I do something like that, I'll be able to quickly jump into the honey. But then I need to actually get some. Unless I have some already. Okay, I got a bucket of water. I have another bucket of water. Why they were in two different places, I have no clue. But I have an open bucket to use. I now just need to find the closest honey source, and... Why is it that it appears the only hive I have ever found is all the way off in the distance? I need to prepare the world to save once I get the honey. So, effectively, I considered this a non-issue, since I'll just be transported. I'll just teleport around, you know, just as you do. Oh yeah, there's another Plantera bulb right there, so if I just dug a line, I could fight the next one after the first success, which hopefully will happen. I'm nervous. I'm nervous. Because I have a lot riding on this. And we're getting close to the end of the Manch the Mystic story. Oh, wow, another one. Now, if only I could easily, get back to my arena without despawning it. Or dying along the way. Okay. I'm out. At the honey. Up. Please. No. Give me a moment. There we go. Had to clear the chat. Okay. Now that I brought back some stuff, there we are. Teleport back home again. Gonna have that swapped. No, not jungle. Desert. I think I've shown people the desert house. Ooh, chlorophyte dye. For when you want to look odd. Okay. Did I have a place for dyes? I did. Okay. World materials. I think I could also do is instead of having leaf wings, I could try something else. Like I have the tattered bee wings. And if I have enough souls of flight, I could just go with that. And yeah, 20 souls of flight gives me bee wings. I can't remember if bee wings are any better than leaf wings. Don't have Souls of Light. Well, never mind that. So, save the world so that then the Alt F4 doesn't destroy anything I care about. Like when I got some of the materials for the Zenith in my melee world, and then lost them because I put them on display stands, or when I got the fetid bagnacks. Oh, damn, I forgot about that. Okay. One is enough, it'll slow me down, so it's more there to quickly, if I'm flying up, to dip into, because otherwise I just overshoot. So, once again, you're going to see that screen a lot if I continue to fail this. So, really hope you guys don't mind that. Oh, that's kind of a jerk move. But, let us begin. Okay. Oh, I did not get my buff. Okay. I also don't have my spell. Okay, same problem as I will always seem to have. Enemy is still here. If I can hold off healing for long enough, I should be good. Oh, if only I had the ninja tabby. Okay. Just keep firing. Up. Okay. I got into a bad way. Ah! I don't know why. I get lightheaded, my arms start to lose feeling, and I flail. I don't know why. It's like my brain just immediately halts. Just whenever it happens, cue the dial-up tone. That's just how it goes. I probably don't need shine potions for this, so I can take those out of the potion roster. I may just need better wings. I mean, if that is part of what's getting me hung up, then I need better wings then. I also need my arm to stop shaking. I mean, okay, life force potions would help. Life force potions would help. I would then need to fish a bunch in the hollow. I need to fish in the corruption. If I got a Rod of Discord, that would help, because then I'd just be able to get out of a bad situation. Like, I feel like I was in a bad situation in that fight, where just suddenly I was caught and all my health is now gone. So in those kinds of situations, having the Rod of Discord would have helped. And I try to keep as much damage on Plantera as possible. And it could be that I just need to alternate between Venom Staff and Cursed Flame as much as possible. Just so that then I keep up both debuffs. I mean, if I had Golden Shower, that would also be good. You know, just alternate between those three spells and get a huge bonus from it. You know, doing a ton of damage over time while also lowering the boss's defense. And, I mean, what could be happening is that I'm not used to fighting Plantera. I mean, normally I fight Plantera once and then never again. That is just normally what happens. I could also try using my Rainbow Rod more. Oh, yay. There's some extra vitamins. So good to see those popping up so soon. The Clinger Staff might be useful. I'm just trying to think of what I could get that would improve my odds. Out of the available spells I could get, all I can think of is actually, no. The only spell I can think of is Golden Shower that could help. I mean, Nimbus Rod would also help. You know, just plop it down. Once it's gone, put it back up. You know, just keep alternating that. There we are. Just dump those. What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm not really sure what else I could have. Because mages don't really have much in the way of just something they can place down. Okay, just load up on those, and yeah, no, I think it's just alternate between Venom Staff and Fireball. Oh, why is there no numerical value for me to gauge how I'm doing health-wise? Okay. It didn't help that Plantera's projectiles kept getting faster and faster. I mean, now I don't have projectiles to worry about. But instead I have a bunch of wriggly things to worry about. And, yep. I try and just live, and then just suddenly, nope, health gone. Just all of it gone. I mean, when I look back at this, so that then I can rate the story portion, I'm going to see how many times I was an idiot, and just suddenly, just everything feels like, oh wow, how did I fail that bad? I mean, I try and think of what else could be useful. If fishing wasn't a pain, I could grab something. Okay. Technically, what I could do is, I can end up duplicating items, and I'm kind of doing that on accident. And just from how I'm doing this. And I feel bad that I end up duplicating items that I'm using for this. And it's solely a byproduct of what I'm having to go through. So, it's purely, I'm not item duping because I want to, I'm item duping because it's just a side effect. If I take potions out of chest and put them on my character, when I reset the world, they will be gone from the chest, but then immediately come back. It's one of those, it's just a thing that happens. Okay. Well, let's at least get some stuff. I'm trying to think. Would a heart... Actually, no, yeah, a heart statue and a mana statue would help a lot. But I sadly don't get those. Okay, armored cavefish. If I get enough of those, I can make some endurance potions, and then using those, I can lessen the hits I take. Wow, my mic's picking that up. Yeah, it's currently storming over here. The forest is definitely seen calmer storms. Oh, I'm out of bait, aren't I? Yep. Let's see. Do I have... Yes, I do have. Here's probably another big bit of thunder. You know, I half expected at the 2-hour mark I would end up fighting a bunch of Duke Fishron, or going to the dungeon to get a bunch of new stuff. Just because I thought, yeah, that's definitely how it's going to go. Nope. The optimist in me is kind of a jerk. One more armored cavefish should be good. Okay. I'm trying to think if there would be something that's... If I could get it to work, that would, I think, help. Kind of in the same way of using the meteor staff against the destroyer and its probes is a form of it would help. That endurance potion. Okay, so I mean that's reducing damage taken by 10%. I'm also getting damage reduction from my worm scarf. Oh, I should make sure all my stuff is properly reforged. Okay, I need you to reforge the Cursed Flame. Tense, hurtful, damage, strong, broken, demonic, zealous, deranged, weak, shoddy, ruthless, murderous, hurtful, intense. Okay, mystic. I would go for mythical, but I'll take mystic. Because now it's 73 damage. That's actually on par with some of my other stuff. Murderous, intense, nasty. Yeah, this is why I despise the Goblin Tinkerer. Damn you. I mean, in the unsorted chests, I have plenty I could sell. Not those. And when I say plenty, I mean apparently not too much. I could sell life fruits. Okay, I need to quickly grab a single tile stone and double check what I can make with it. Because if there's anything at all that could assist. I mean, from the looks of it, no. So, that's a shame. I mean, I could just chuck a bunch of boulders at Plantera. That's a way of fighting it. No. I need to sell. Okay, that gives me enough to not even reforge it once. Okay, I might just have to go with nasty for this. I mean, it's now at 61 damage. Considering how Mystic Cursed Flame is. Mostly what I wanted to get from the Venom Staff was some mana, or some mana cost reduction. There we go. Had to grab something from the other end of my work area. Okay. So, just save and exit the world. Hop right back in. You know, make sure everything's good. I think I'm going to do a light test. Like, just kind of go around the arena roughly how I would in the fight. And see if... Yeah. Oh. Okay. Get that. Okay. Begin the fight! Okay. Okay. Controls, could you please? Bernardo, thanks for the follow. I would say something encouraging and such, but, life or death. Do or die, all that guff. Oh dear lord. Please no. Water, why must you be my enemy? So I may need to... I realize during the first phase, the platforms at the bottom aren't helpful at all. But on the second phase, it's incredibly helpful. Yeah. And... I'm only doing this reset strategy because I don't want to try and find another Plantera bulb and lead Plantera to the arena. I'm incredibly lazy and I just... I really can't stand having to do something like that. And, sorry for the sounds of the weather in the background. Can't control that. I'm not Thor or any other god of thunder. Or goddess of thunder. Just... If there was an easier way to pop into the honey, get the buff, and pop out without having to lose any momentum, I think I'd be a bit better. Yeah, 4 platforms torn away from that side. 4 from this side. And if I was really determined, I would just remove all the walls because I finally saw the effect that I had dreaded as soon as I found out that Plantera could stick the tendrils to the walls. Yeah. Through doing this way, I will say I'm slowly getting better at managing my nerves, which are often shot immediately after attempting a boss fight. So quickly deposit money into Pig. lock in that modification to the world. So yeah. This is how I choose to fight Plantera. I just set up an arena next to one of the bulbs and keep rewinding time until I succeed. You know, standard. Just use Killer Queen Bites the Dust. Yeah, first phase, I need to keep on the move. And I need to stay off the ground once it gets low enough health-wise. Oh, that was me being stupid. That's also me being stupid. Alarm, could you please not go off right now? I'm currently awake. I would start singing lyrics to a Skillet song, because when I'm nervous, I start just doing song references. Damn you. Okay. Just need to keep going. Really wish I had that Rod of Discord in my melee world. Just damage race. Oh, that is not good. Oh, I flailed. Don't you dare kill me now. Oh, thank you, Heal, for coming back when you did. I found my way to fight! Die, please, die, please, die, please, die, please. Yes! I wish I had a music bot right now to play We Are the Champions. But I hate that song, so I'd immediately regret it. Let's see what we got from the loot box. Son of two goats, a pygmy marmoset, and let's throw in I can't think of anything worse. Okay, Dungeon Temple Key, yay. Spore Sack, who cares? If I was going, knowing my luck, I'm going to get the ranged weapon, and, I'm also probably going to get the magic weapon in my personal melee world. Considering in this world, I keep getting melee weapons. I'm a mage. I'm not a warrior. Unless you count a mage as a warrior, or in terms of somebody who fights. In which case, okay, you got me there. Look at this! There's Beekeeper, Star Fury, Enchanted Sword, Heavy Seed. And if I was going for it, I could easily get Knight's Edge, True Excalibur. Just, it feels like the game is slapping me in the face. Multiple times over. Okay. Let's head to the jungle. Open up the temple. We aren't going to fight Golem. At least not immediately. I need to get myself some better armor. Oh, what's the best way to the entrance? Okay, down and to the left. You chose the wrong time to fight me, Wraith. Okay, machine gun hornets. Your venom... Well, you don't have venom. Your poison means nothing to me, though. Okay. Now, I do know about the hoiking trick to get into the jungle temple. And I actually did that on my melee world to get some solar tablet fragments, as well as some solar tablets. Oh. I should have a danger sense potion. But you know what's better than that? Grand design. Everything shall be cleansed in cursed flames. Ah. Okay. Hold on. I want to make this as safe a return trip as possible. And of course, like what I did with the Plantera arena, I'm going to prepare the initial setup off-screen, and any changes that I may have to do will be on-screen. So this is a pretty good staff. Also, since I have Plantera defeated, that should have made it so that now Mothron can drop their wings. The Flyman now spawns during that event, as well as a bunch of other stuff. Yep. Hunter Potion. Don't need that. Don't need that. Yeah. There's a part of me that's like, you shouldn't be in the jungle temple now. You should be in the dungeon, taking care of some other stuff. Ah. Okay. Everything, again, shall be cleansed in the accursed flames. Also, I know it's not really worth it to farm lizards unless you're going to be farming golem. And that's mostly to get enough power cells. Oh. But I don't care. And that's a whole lot of death down there. I have no clue how I would live through so many situations if I didn't have the armor that I did. Nope. Okay, that. Just make it through. Ow. Ow. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. All of the nope. Okay. That. Silver. I don't really care about silver. I mean, if I was Witcher, I could make a sword out of it. Or find some other schmuck to make a sword. And that would be helpful. Okay. I'm actually starting to calm down because with going through the jungle already in a different world and having pre-Plantera equipment for that, my confidence is high, and faith in myself is also oddly high. When normally it's, oh. Nope. ever have to beat the ever-loving stuffing out of a Fitbit? Have to do it every single day. Because apparently, your mind just decides, yeah, you aren't waiting until you really tear into it. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave that there. Okay. Oh, here we are. Oh, we are lucky. This is a nice, big, open room. I just have to do some light remodeling. Also, it's light on the traps, apparently. Like, I count 2 whole traps. 3 whole traps, never mind. But it is still an oddly good, or just, not oddly, probably just a really good golem arena. I mean, I'd still like to, modify it a slight bit for my purposes. Okay. You know, just got rid of most of those spikes. Teleport out of here. Okay. You know what's fun? Using teleportation potions. Once I get the rest of the loot secured back at base, I'm going to use those teleportation potions and almost immediately regret my life choices. Okay, so lizard furnace, lizard chest. I'm just dumping things into here now. Those will keep on me, those will keep on me. Bombs can be dumped. Okay, that's taken care of. That can be dumped. Teleportation potion and torches. Let's open up our pig and get our potions seated in there. Except for 3 night owls. Night owls are always going to be useful, and I want to carry them on me all the time. Much like shine potions, except shine potions can bugger right off. Oh. Okay, underground somewhere. Near hell. Someplace I hadn't visited yet. Also relatively close to hell. And the jungle. Oh. Well. Actually, it wasn't that far. Damn. Okay. I feel like the house is closer. I do need to, at some point, build a crafting station room. Just for all the crafting stations I have, since it'll just help. Oh yeah, the ice arena I never use. Seriously, I never use that arena. I always go back to the regular one. And I think that's because it's built in a much better location. Or it could just be that I have a preference for that because it's the arena I built the first time. This arena is fine because, well, I built it for Skeletron. Going to be reused for the Lunatic Cultist at some point. So, let's ready all our good stuff. Oh, yeah, the keys. No, in the void bag. So yeah, anybody who hadn't seen before. Yeah. I'm probably going to get some nice loot. I mean, the hollow chest should give me the rainbow gun. Unless something else was added into that. Okay. Yeah, there's the armor polish. So what I'm going to want is... There we go. I now have a weapon that is just one and done. I don't know what else I want. Okay, the cyborgs arrive. I got a rocket launcher. I wanted to say it in... I can't remember what game it's from, but it's... When you have the rocket launcher for it equipped, it goes, rocket launcher. And I can't remember what that's from. And I would say it would eat away at me until eventually I cave and Google it. But, bugger that noise. You take so much. Okay. Curse Flames might be a better option here. Oh. Along with finding a proper way through the dungeon. I'm not gonna waste time on them. There we are. Nope. There we go. Nope. Please stop. I don't like. Thank you for the frozen key. So, yeah, I'm also not too knowledgeable of this. Staff of the Frost Hydra. It's nice. Oh yeah. Damage claws. Can't use it. But I wanted to test it out because I never got a chance to use it. Well, with the whole, often getting it when not the class that can use it. Okay, I want ectoplasm. I want spirits to spawn. I want ghosts. Okay, Rainbow Rod. Okay. Yep. There we go. Woo! First bit of ectoplasm. Up. Nope. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to need to change the lineup of my weapons. Seriously, need to change up the lineup of my weapons. I think Crystal Burst has seen its last day because Rainbow Gun. Even though Rainbow Gun is more, 0-slot weapon than 1-slot. 1 is my... I just need to use. Desert Chest, don't have the key for it. If I can get deep enough to find a Corruption Chest, I'm going to be one happy mage. Maybe. Oh, there's the Morning Star in case you were a summoner. No, I said I would be a happy mage. Yeah, I think I was wrong. Jungle Chest would be next on chest that I want. Okay. Oh, there. Oh, okay. I said I wanted ghosts. There was a ghost. Okay, ectoplasm. I've got 3. I'm going to need more. And I know ectoplasm's only used for the armor and tools. So, well, not ectoplasm, but, oh. Nope, not dealing with the sniper. What was that? Piranha gun? I think it was piranha gun. Rocket launcher. Yep, piranha gun. Ditch, 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 ditch. Grab. This is how you're meant to destroy these damn blocks. Just spam. Okay. So now I just wait. You know what? Yeah, there we go. That's a good way of storing loot, right? Okay, another key brand. Let me just check dungeon stuff. The alternative chest should be on the map, right? Yeah, they should be. Then it turns out, there are none. There are no others. Oh, our spawn's being eaten up by random things that I don't want. Oh. Okay. Tactical skeletons. Okay, a SWAT helmet. Okay. Oh. Nope. Oh. Okay, this was maybe a bad idea. I admit, it's probably a terrible idea. Oh. Why does it feel like it's only a random chance? Oh, wait. Do-do-do. Okay, no, just get rid of those. Get all of that back up, and honestly, just need some time to recuperate, get loot back to where it needs to go. Square away other stuff. Why do I have a shadow key? Don't I already have one? Let's just get that in there then. Void bag. And then it turns out I have the shadow key. Yep, I have a shadow key in the void bag. Okay, so in unsorted go the chests. SWAT helmet is a vanity item, so into the vanity chest it goes. Those need to stay with me. Crystal Storm gets to go onto the wall of weapons. And then I need to figure out some better ways of managing this. Is the Meteor Staff still good right now? Yes. Cursed Flame, good. Nasty Venom Staff, good. Rainbow Rod, good. Those are just my tools. So yeah, I think it's just... Since the Rainbow Gun is just fire it once and you're good, I don't need to worry about anything else. And I only have 2 more corruption keys, so... I don't know how inclined I am to go through the dungeon and search. Oh. Okay. I will say I do like how the Scourge of the Corruptors seems to function. Ranged, rocket launcher, piranha gun. Magic is nothing. Summon. 2 new things to add. Accessories, what, 7? Yeah, 7. Teleportation potion. Okay. I don't know why I do certain things. I just kind of do them. Okay, now. I have the Cyborg, who for a ranged character would be pretty nice. Happiness. Yep. You're happier than ever. You got nanites and rockets. You are happy because the Cyborg is here, so that makes your stuff more affordable. The Witch Doctor now sells the Pygmy armor and maybe some other stuff for summoners. Does anybody else get a change of inventory? I can't remember. Okay, Reforge. Superior. I'll take it. Okay. Can't reforge anything. I shouldn't have made my farm in the dungeon. What was past me thinking? What with the number of enemies in the dungeon who can go through blocks. Up. Nope, that Boneley is gone. Okay. Nope. Okay. Well. I just don't really have an area in the dungeon that's too good at being a giant mob spawn area, aside from the one that I made. And yeah, if I'm correct, that's pretty much the entire dungeon. Well, that just means I have 2 corruption keys. And I'm okay with tossing those to some other character. Because it's not too good, let's just swap that around. Oh. Okay, constant horde of mobs. Ah, why? Just keep getting hit by things. And eventually something will work out. Hey, come on. Oh, you jumped it. Okay. Nope. There we go. Hold on. Yes, that works. Beautifully. Although... I think that provides a much better bit of coverage. Oh, I am dumb. Oh. Nope. Oh, there we go. Okay, I'm not sure how much ectoplasm I could need. But I'm hoping I won't need too much. Then again, it comes down to more, how much do I want the tools? And how much do I want all the other stuff? I think I need to head back through the dungeon a bit. Like, the mob spawning area is nice and all, but it's just not cutting it. Oh, if only I had paid attention to where in the dungeon seemed to have the most spawn. Because I need to fight Bonely a couple times to get the Tabby and the Black Belt, I believe. Also, I know what's in the desert chest. I'm not going to try to grind for the key. It's not worth it for me. If I was a summoner, yeah, it'd be worth it. Depending on how I felt, because technically now that Plantera is defeated, Pumpkin and Frost Moons are available. So that means for summoners specifically, Raven Staff, Spooky Armor. What else? So, Raven Staff, Spooky Armor. I only really remember the Pumpkin Moon stuff. Why? Got myself the staff. Where is it? is a nice staff. Works very well. Works exceptionally well in dungeon. Oh. Well. Ain't this just a fine shindig. Nope. Okay. I know I said I wanted ghosts, but I wanted a manageable number of ghosts. Just keep... Just keep laying down fire. Oh, the number of key brands I'm getting. I'm going to be rich off of selling these to Keyblade wielders who have lost theirs. Oh, man. Okay, ectoplasm, 20. No. Okay. Oh. Okay. Oh, there's Bonely. Oh, no. We got a paladin. That... Okay, yeah, as soon as a paladin, a couple of the special skeletons and such showed up, that was my death. Okay, back to the good old frozen home. Since this is almost filled, let's just deposit all into there. Grab those to sell. Okay, I'm starting to quickly get stuff that is outclassing my old material. Or my old stuff. So, first. Okay, so it's 1 for every 2. I now have 40. Not gonna waste it on tools. Ah, yes, already I see where a lot of stuff goes. So, that or that. I think yes. Go with that. Keep the legs on for now. And just quickly look over what I have. Yeah. Okay. Shop. Oh, nope. I want to keep that. Back to the frozen home. Ah, too full of stuff. Second shadow key doesn't need to be in there. World materials. Yeah, for right now, I don't care. Whatever semblance of organization I had, I say bugger it. Also, I believe it's time to retire our good old meteor staff. And short-lived as it was, the venom staff as well. That may be a poor option, poor decision, but I don't know if I really need to keep those stabs on me. I mean, now I have the rainbow gun, which doesn't really apply to either of them. I do have the deadly shadow beam staff. If I can get the Diabolus fork, or whatever the weapon is called, that would replace either one of those. Maybe even replace the shadow beam staff immediately. But it's a constant race to upgrade stuff. I need to fight the Frost Moon to try and get myself a Razor Pine, since that's just going to be an amazing weapon to add to the arsenal. I mean, it's a bunch of directed damage, so it'll help a lot. Oh yeah, there's also Magnet Sphere that I need to get from the dungeon. So there's actually a good bit that I need to get from here. And I forgot I could just go from the base underground and immediately be pretty deep into the dungeon without having to deal with actually headed down the dungeon. Whoops. The more times it hits, the more times it counts. So yeah, Shadow Beam Staff probably not going to be that useful above ground. Like, it's definitely a great thing to have underground. It's definitely just an amazing weapon to have for enclosed quarters. I can't remember which enemy drops the magnet spell, but I'd like it. I mean, for a while I was thinking maybe I could make Manch a character who only uses magic books, but then I realized there's not enough of them to work with for that kind of a plan. Oh, nope. Bone late. Okay, just some ectoplasm and rainbow gun. Oh. Just keep firing. Okay, rocket launcher. Don't care about. Oh, yep, paladin. Oh. This is a fair and honorable way to deal with a paladin, right? Okay. I thought something was odd as soon as I heard the clang of metal. Okay. Whoop. You can only do so much against me. Oh. I very easily forget I'm not instantly taking out enemies. Have to go down for it. Please, just give me the amazing spells. I want magic. Unless those ones aren't responsible for giving the Diabolus fork. I'm gonna keep calling it that until I'm correct. Until I'm corrected. Oh yeah, the Ankh shield doesn't protect against on fire. Also kind of forgot about that. Not really sure what the point of that spot was, but it existed. And that's all I can say about it. Okay, back to the right. And a Czar right there. Yeah, I'll pick it up. Why not? Begone, Ragged Caster. Ah. Except that I must take damage at points. And it's mostly due to my own incompetence. Oh. Yeah, imagine if I had this during the Plantera fight. She wouldn't know what hit her. And it's mostly because it pierces. From the feel of it, pretty infinitely. Oh. Let's head down a bit further. I could get, since it's one for that, and you make 2, I get 24. Yeah, I'd like a bit more. Yeah, most of the problem is definitely... I took out all the blue candles. And the only one that's even so much as close is this one. And that's at the far edge of the dungeon. So a lot of spawns are being cut off. Oh, that one was eligible for some ectoplasm. Okay, just... What? Okay, there's a jousting lance that you can get here. Didn't know that. Okay. Let's do a bit more foraging. Okay, now I just need more chlorophyte. Okay. So, the pants. And now I have magic damage done will hurt extra nearby enemies. Kind of a letdown on the magic damage. Or, not the magic damage, the amount of mana. And I don't get any of the tools. Sometimes you just gotta accept things. Toss that in there, place that there instead. Get that. Open, grab those. And the other random tat. Okay. Now that is good. Okay, sell a lot of it. And then try and reforge some stuff. Probably in refined stone. Close enough. Yeah. Sell that. I was partially right with the whole 2-hour thing. Well, I'm an idiot. Pay no heed to the massive idiot. He's only been playing this game for years. And only just continuously deletes valuable items. Okay, demonic, slow, quick, broken, adept, nimble, shoddy, murderous, adept, masterful. I'll take masterful for now. Yeah, mystic for that. Masterful for that. And okay. Now just to check one thing. Yeah, I got a good number of banners for that. Ah, but it's night. Oh wait, I could do that. So, my idiot brain has come up with a brilliant idea. Let's go and search for the lace wings. Or whatever they're called. The critter that will spawn the Empress of Light if you destroy them. Because that's a smart idea, right? Find them so that then you might be able to fight a boss at some point. Oh. I'm trying to think of what other bosses I could fight. Oh, what else is there? What else is there? Well, there's Queen Slime. Yeah, I could fight her. No, right here. Let's do it. Damn gastropods. Yeah, I think that's all that I need. Oh. Okay. Could you not? Okay. Bugger it, we're doing it now. You can't handle this. The main problem I had with fighting Her Glorious Majesty, the Queen Slime, was always dealing with the ads. The amount of just random slimes she summons was a problem. Now, I don't have to worry about that. I have AoE in spades. That feels nice to have defeated another white whale. Volatile gelatin. Yuck. Hook of dissonance. Oh! So it's basically a zero travel time hook. You only get the one. I think that's awesome. Another one. Wow, that went fast. I haven't even used the rainbow gun. To try and just layer on damage. I know that the rainbow gun is horrendously broken when you fight Golem. And I have to get used to just using it now. Yay! Personally, I think Manch would probably have the unicorn over the winged slime mount. No particular reason besides I just think that's what he would have. Full set of Crystal Assassin's armor. Which is just general armor for whatever. It doesn't really fit to any one class. Since, yeah, you got melee speed, ammo usage reduced, and mana usage reduced. I guess the only thing that it doesn't support would be Summoner. Since throwing was merged with range. So, armor where? There we go. Oh, there we are. Okay. Tools. There we go. That's where I put hooks and mounts. Nope. Mask goes into vanity. Wow, I've been getting pretty lucky with masks for this. I'm trying to think of what else to do for this stream, because I don't know if I want to fight Golem. I really don't know. You know what? Just like what I said before, or when choosing to fight Queen Slime, bugger it. Just gonna do it. Nah. Oh yeah, that's right, the truffle, if I got him to spawn, would sell me some stuff I'd like. And yeah, you can just get living wood wands from trees. So that should roughly be enough wood. I then need to double check and see if I have an above ground mushroom biome. I don't. Ah, God. You know, how about I do that quickly? I'll show you guys what I normally do for an underground mushroom. Or an above ground mushroom biome, I should say. Okay, so I need a bunch of mud. And where do I normally put seeds for this? I think I put them in world materials. Yep. Okay. So I'm going to convert a sky island into an above ground mushroom biome. Just, I do this because I don't know why exactly. this is probably not going to work. Unless I really get some vertical height here. Wait. I just remembered. I have a powerful tool for ascending to the heavens. Oh. Oh. Haha, the power of the ice rod knows no bounds. Except for distance. Maybe. So it might have some bounds. Oh yeah, best part about this. I'm not going to worry at all about building a house, because I'm just going to use this. I'm lazy. I don't want to deal with building a house. So, bip. I do need to worry about trees, though. Trees stop me from replacing blocks. That should deter most things. Not actively, but... Oh, come on. Do you not see my power? You dare fight a master wizard, or when you have no chance of success. I was running my mouth and I forgot wyvern existed. Come on. Ooh. I do need to work on getting some new wings as well. Just one of those things that you realize once you get to a certain point. Yeah, my wings for a while were good. But are they still good now? Answer, probably not. Like, I went with grabbing leaf wings right off the bat because I don't want to bore anybody with farming for Souls of Flight or the materials for the wings. I mean, if it happens during a solar eclipse, I would enjoy the mothron wings. You know, just one of those things. One of those things you gotta think about. Because wings are nice. They help you when you need to dodge, and well, really, that's all I could think of. They're great mobility accessories. I'm running out of things to say because I'm not used to having. Well, actually, that would be a lie. I am used to having way too much time on my hands when it comes to the stream. Mainly Terraria. It's mostly brought on because I never thought I would accomplish the goal for the stream as fast as I do. Like, I always set up the expectation that either the stream's going to be mostly me preparing for the fight and then ending on the fight, which hopefully is a success. Or I spend the entire stream trying to do the fight and just modifying my preparation slightly. Otherwise, it is just the stream as a whole is one giant just if I win, and stream success. And I just need to fill time or call it early. Otherwise, the stream is built with just extra time for me to fiddle about in case the boss fight doesn't go the way I had planned, or things take a while, or even I find something else that I need to do rather than what had been planned. So yeah, it'll take a while for the mushroom biome stuff to spawn. This hook is weird and trippy. I love it. It changes how I need to think of playing with the hook. Not overly so, but enough. And might I just say, one of my favorite weapons right now seems to just be, stuff like the, Rainbow Rod. Brain had a bit of a moment there. And this is also something I like to do for the mushroom biome house. I like to set it up so that it's like, oh yeah, the Truffles house is normally either the Skystone. Is it Skystone? Sunplate. The regular sky biome house of Sunplate. Or I give them just a bit more fancy stuff. Like a proper house. And yeah, I want to shape it a bit more. Yeah, let's do that. No, that should be fine. Trying to get this to spread as quickly as possible. Whoops. Okay. Now that is how you destroy a wyvern. I enjoy using the weapons I don't really get to play around with. Yeah, I think the rest of the stream... I was relaxing, I was kicking back. I had genuinely started to lean back in my seat. Out of just pure enjoyment for this. Okay. Ah, it costs a bunch. Why you gotta do this to me, Truffle? Okay, if I take that down... And this is something a lot of people might complain about, because why do it? And I say, because then you don't have to worry about certain problems that you never thought you'd have to deal with. So now that should... Yep, already occupied, suitable. So then the guide here. But yeah, I moved the guide into the same area as the truffle. Mostly out of some convoluted setup where technically this helps you. And of course I'm in... Oh! Not enough people near this pylon. There we go. So, yeah. And I should still be able to use this one. Maybe. As long as, enough NPCs are nearby it, so hopefully it's counting all the NPCs close enough. It's a weird thing to have for the NPC housing. So now, if I go to mob materials, grab our tattered bee wings, and figure out exactly where we make... Is that? Okay, anvil. So, I need some form of measurement. Mostly, there's not too much in the way of tall buildings. I think I can use the Plantera arena. Basically from the close to bottom to the top. But, anyway, from close to the bottom all the way up to the top. If I can make that in one go of these wings, then, okay, close to it. Leaf wings, traded out for bee wings. Okay! Leaf wings are being replaced by bee wings. And yeah, I just have the fledgling wings with their setup because I still haven't figured out what main look I want Manch's wings to have. It's one of the things you eventually think about. Because you just start thinking about that. You want the character to look nice, but you also want them to not just be, oh yeah, they're just the same character I always play. Over here. Yep, back in our nice desert area. Strange plant. We got ourselves shadow dye. Actually, I wonder how that would look with this. Okay. I think I'll keep the phase dye because I like the weird glitchiness of it. And I think, in my mind, the weird glitchiness of the wings kind of says a bit about Manch. Like, story-wise, Manch as a character is... not overly knowledgeable about magic, because they're kind of gifted their ability for magic. And they're also used to people being jerks and terrible and all that. But I wanted Manch to be a character whose whole premise came from... They came from a rough situation and have grown beyond it or from it. Like, Manch's whole life has been nothing but scavenging day after day in the Crimson from a destroyed world. And part of that reflects in how he handles the corruption. And I need to rework the written story a bit, because I forgot a line that I wanted to add and never did, which was Manch's reaction to his home starting to be corrupted. Since like a stream or two back, I had to do a massive cleansing of the area nearby the main home. And it was something I had to really work on and take care of, since, well, the main base was being overrun by corruption. Let's head topside. Yeah, no, it's night. My dog wants in. Let me take this moment to quickly check some stuff in chests. Head into our bunker. And I will call a quick break. Okay, and I'm back. And you know what? I think I want to challenge myself. Not in here, is it? Okay, pig it is. Okay, just try and handle as much as I can. Okay. Yeah, no, I think I instead need to go more that. Oh. Oh no! Okay, this is where I do... Oh, nope. Come on. Come on, me. Don't you dare fail now. Yes! Damn! I was really hoping for something a slight bit different. And, yep, there we go. Nail. I'm not used to the tougher thing. But of course, Ruthless Eye of Cthulhu. I was hoping for the Mothron wings. Generally just need to dip down every now and then. Oh. Oh. Okay. Oh. Okay. If it wasn't for the fact that Mothron really quickly causes problems because flying through blocks, I'd probably be good. Eat the power of rainbows. I should probably use the unicorn mount when trying to run from Mothron. Oh, there we go. No, damn you. Damn you, Runway. You betrayed me. I want to do more for this. But I have the problem of once you go down, you need immediate regen stuff going on. Like, you really need as much as possible. If I could fight Dr. Manflies and maybe get some stuff from him. Like, I know his thing is a mage drop. Okay. Deal with the Cenobite. I think their name is Nailhead. I don't care. They're basically a mini-boss. Up, Deadly Spear. Really having to eat into potion supply. Quickly. Dip in. Dip out. Heal up when I can. Now, if I make the other hood, I know that's, for the Spectre armor, that's more healing focused, so that then you could do more dodging and just survive. Nope. I think I just need some better mobility. You know, a lot of verticality. Since I can't really outrun Mothron. Yep, there we go. Just circle strategy. Yes! Oh, that's going to a different person. Because, my melee world is slightly bugged. So I'm not even sure if I would be able to get a broken hero sword. Just a light dip is all you need. Honey makes it everything better. Not literally, but it's close enough. I mean, if Terraria is anything to go off of, honey can bring you back from death. Oh, Dr. Van Fly's lab coat. Not the best thing. But something I am happy to get, so it means I have taken one of them out. Oh, here we go. Just quickly lay down some death. Oh, I'm not doing well with some things. I need to place down more banners when I can. And I really want the vial from Dr. Manfly's. Which, I've been thinking of watching some old horror movies. Because I think I'd enjoy some of the good old-fashioned horror movies with Vincent Price's lead role and such. I will say, once you know how to avoid enough of the enemies, you're actually good. Okay, that's a lot of vamps. Down I go. Ah. That was stupid. 100 Swamp Thing, huh? Oh, there it is. I immediately lost all control once I saw the vial. I got what I wanted from this. But I'm gonna keep fighting because the event's not done yet. Holy hell, this is beautiful. Goodbye. I wonder when the next Mothron may appear. Oh, there we go. Oh god. Go forth, my ghostly abilities. I kind of want to start singing the theme to Danny Phantom, but no. Okay, another Eye of Cthulhu, huh? How nice. Okay. Bring it on. The best part is, it's just free extra damage. It's free homing damage with this vial. So, if my assumption is correct, how Mothron works is simply by just defeating enough enemies, they spawn. Now, that is all speculation and assumption. So don't take my word for it. I haven't looked into this enough. I looked into the drop rate on Mothron stuff, though. And I'm more likely to get the wings than I am to get a broken hero sword. I see that butcher's knife. Up. Yeah, just keep staying mobile. Just run into Mothron a couple of times, you know? Good luck and all that. And... oh! You gotta be kidding me! Both a broken hero sword and an eye. I feel like somewhere there's somebody just questioning chances. Just keep firing the rainbows. Trust in the rainbows. I would say something early 80s TV show stuff. But really, I'm just kind of focused on survival. We have survived the dreaded day-night. Okay. Have to take stock of everything. First things first. Check the banners. Yes. 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 The possessed. Did I get any other banners? A bunch of lab coats. Yeah, I'm just going to double down because haha, this is the main arena. Why am I going to fight anything that isn't in here when I have the option to? Okay. How does Manch look with this? He actually doesn't look too bad. But no, he has a signature outfit. Okay, you got your Eye of Cthulhu. So, you know, second best melee weapon in the game. 2 broken hero swords. I'm not going to lie, I'm slightly miffed at how much stuff Manch has gotten from this. Oh yeah. Take the Moonstone out. And immediately back to base. So, I know this doesn't technically do anything. It's just a huge bit of damage. And when I say doesn't do anything, I'm purely speaking from the viewpoint of status ailments, bonus effects, and such. Because obviously it does something, it's an attack. Okay, so where do I normally put stuff like pets? Okay, pets also goes into tools. So, bunch of melee. Whole heap of it. That. This is when I wish there was stuff like the Zenith, Terra Blade, and other such thing for the other classes. I just kind of feel bad for the others. I know with Summoner, Terror Prism is basically that. That whole, it's an uber weapon. It's amazing. But I still feel like, could have gotten more out of it. Take all the wood. Double check to see if I have any extra stuff. For the rest of the stream, I could just go through all of the Eye of Cthulhu fights, seeing how fast it is to destroy. Okay, jungle. Now we just make our way down to, the jungle temple. Yeah, no, I'll set up the arena on stream. I mean, it's not going to take that long, and if I decide, yeah, no, let's just fight Golem now, instead of doing a bit of a, wait, let's hold off on that so that then I can get some more of the equipment I would like. Fear my power. And yeah, most of the reason for entering the dungeon, the jungle temple before getting stuff like the Spectre armor is mostly for prep. Like, yeah, I think I could easily defeat Golem. I mean, Golem, in terms of difficulty, when compared to the last few bosses in the game, is oddly easy. I mean, if anybody ever has problems with Golem, oftentimes it's either something to do with arena, something to do with equipment, or just straight up Golem is difficult. And actually, I know exactly what to do for the rest of the stream. And It's mostly going to be trying to farm extra ectoplasm. Since turns out in the thought process of this, getting the moon events would be all too helpful. And I'm going to... Yeah, okay, that works. I'm going to try and even this out. I'm technically losing some space with this, but... we can argue semantics all day. Yeah, whether it's better to leave something like the floor as level as possible and just add small bits. I mean, technically, if I wanted to extend this even further, I could actuate. And yeah, for the sake of this, I think this is a good idea. Just how I've handled stuff thus far. Okay. That's set up. And I'm making this 2 tiles thick for the simple ease of use. And so that then I can have this kind of situation where if I really am forced to, I can just duck out of the arena. Get a door in place. And let's look at this. Okay. Realistically, I'd like to fight Golem with as much mobility as possible. So that, to me, says right up there. The lights are kind of strewn about haphazardly, don't care about it. And really, I just want to give myself the ability to dodge vertically, since I have more vertical space to use than I do horizontal. Like, look at this arena. It's not exactly cube-shaped, but it is... well, actually, it's a bit more horizontal than vertical. I think I'm just not going to worry about figuring out what exactly is best for this. It's mostly, I can manipulate it more one way than another. So I think that's more what I'm getting from this. Like, already I have a nice spot to work with. And I just need to be very careful if I am to go back to the dungeon after fighting the golem. Which, I mean, judging by how damaging we are, I think I'm good to fight golem. I mean, we got our essentials. Aside from honey. But then again, most of the time I fight without honey. Okay, let's just quickly toss everything we don't need into the void. and from the pig, grab out our potion supplies. Just keep those on me at this point. It would be nice to fight Golem just so that then it's done. Okay. Potion-wise, I think I have everything on me immediately. Quick stack those. Yeah, that should be good. Yep, bring it on. Oh, I forgot. Okay. Come on. Oh, yep. There we go. Just damage race. And that is the first time I've ever defeated Golem. Son of a bastard. Okay, so right now I think the second layer doesn't need to exist. It's actually causing trouble. I didn't realize that I wouldn't need that much room, and I didn't think Golem could stand on platforms. In all honesty, again, that was my first time ever defeating Golem. And also, the first time I have ever fought Golem. Okay. Should be in the pig. Let's grab another power cell. Let's look over buffs. I think I'm good to go. Oh. Okay. Okay, once again, we're in a damage race. I'm so happy I got this vial from Dr. Flyman's. I got his bloody trophy. Ooh! Okay, to explain why I'm happy, this is my first dev set. I have never gone in a dev set before this. Okay, so, yeah, I'd like to change that out, and I'm not sure exactly. I've, oh man. Okay, I'm not sure exactly how good the spell is, or the flight item is. Aside from needing magic power, magic power and endurance, I believe. Magic power, endurance. Okay. Yeah, no. I can get that better. Oh, nope. I think I just have the cells on me. Bring it on, golem! Oh. Okay. 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 Yeah, golem. Incredibly easy. Please. Please, just give me the sunstone. He's not that hard of a boss to fight. So I think I just have that kind of setup. If I could. I think that's good. And away I go. Buggered it. But I have it more focused on the head. Okay, that's a perfect angle. Just... I'm gonna say this, it's mostly the armor set. Somebody out there is going to say, you're doing this all wrong, you shouldn't be fighting Golem like this. But I don't care. I've successfully fought him multiple times, and with minimal death on my part. I feel accomplished right now. Okay, Eye of Golem. Perfect. Looks to me like there's still no sunstone here. Oh, and that's probably a slight problem, just the whole, lizards eating up some of my DPS. Okay. So yeah, aside from enemies slightly eating up my DPS, I can fight Golem 2 more times. Okay. Just quick stack that. Grab 1 of each potion. Open the void pouch and do a quick bit stacking and just throw everything back in. There. And as for the pig, I can take that out, put it in there, and let me just... So, this is something that it's probably me being stupid. But, how does one get the pick saw? I mean, it's probably, again, just me being stupid. Oh, I did it bad. Oh. I need to switch those around at some point. I'm not sure how much mana this is eating up. Okay. Just keep consistent damage. Just keep consistent damage. Okay, the stinger. Not really what I want. Okay, bip bip. I was slightly confused for a second about where the golem's head went. Okay. Yes! Final one. Okay. Okay, back to base. And... just grab those. And head back home. Okay. So let me just take out the lizard furnace. And also grab our moon shell. That. So celestial stone, celestial shell. Okay. Oh, and it's warding as well. Mmm. Quite nice. Let me think of it. Oh, I have one more of those. Damn. I do need to take care of stuff, though. Get that taken care of. Get that taken care of. Just slowly fill the jungle chest full of stuff. Okay, that looks to be almost everything. Yeah, okay. So now I just go above and take care of stuff. So possessed hatchet, stinger. Yeah, I remember golem has heat ray, so I didn't get the mage weapon from him. Oh yeah, golem fist. I need to go into melee 2. Oh. There we go. Ranged, you get that. Magic has been pretty lackluster, same with summons. Yeah, I think Curse Flame probably needs to take a seat on the wall. So, let's use our mirror to get back home. And, oh god, the story for this is going to be insane to try and figure out. Okay, and I have to figure out. It's actually not that different I do lose out on flight time, though. Okay. Guide. Beetle husk for beetle armor. If I... Yep. Beetle minecart, beetle wings. I... Destroyer to make a destroyer's emblem. Yeah, no, I have no clue. I have no clue about a lot of things for this. Like, this is a whole new territory for me. Like, now the cultists should have spawned. And I am not crazy enough to go after the cultists. Immediately after Golem. I need time to process and get prepared. Yeah, no, crafting. Okay, that's just for the sniper scope. So right now, that's pretty much where that ends. Really wish I had more to go off of. I'm mostly blown away by the dev set. I mean, if it wasn't for the fact that I need even more of an area to test it, I would just, I would test the dev wings. Or a dev set flight thing. So, that's going in Vanity 2. All of that. This, however, is going into the pig. Chicken nugget I'll keep on me, so that's also going in the pig. The destroyer emblem and the boots. Destroyer emblem and actually no, not in there. In there. And the boots in there. It's a small bit, but at this stage I should either be riding a mount to get good horizontal movement or have decent wings. And actually, considering the thing, let's go to the jungle. Do our original test we did for bee-wings versus original leaf wings. Okay. So I get... Yeah, I handedly get up to there. But now... Okay, very bottom, still the same. Okay. Another test I could do is... Okay, gets me up there. And then I immediately, as soon as hitting my head on the ceiling, have... Okay, no, the dev set is actually worse than the wings that I had before. So I mostly use that for view. Ah, man. I think I'm going to end the stream now. Because I need to do some research into the next part. And also get some work done. So... Thank you all for coming down to my neck of the woods. I hope you've enjoyed the stream thus far. If you're watching on Twitch and you want to see some of the older VODs of Terraria Monster Hunter, which I'm not doing anymore. Sad. Maybe I'll do it again someday. Or The Witcher 3, check out my YouTube. The link to that is in the About Me page on Twitch. And if you're watching this on YouTube, thanks for checking out the VOD. If you like what you see, consider subscribing. And please check me out live on twitch.tv/morningdayu. The link to my Twitch is in the About Me section on YouTube, so should be easy to get to. And I don't stream at a set time, I stream before a set time, often. Like, that's now my setup. And I'll see how well that goes. In case some more health issues pop up, I may have to switch things around. So, please understand, life is still a thing. Anyway, I hope you've enjoyed. I wish you luck in exiting the forest. Goodbye, and fare thee well.